The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 28, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Sylvia R. Garcia to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, unite us in yourself. And in that union, may we find mutual comfort in your loving embrace and the desire to share together in your spirit. May our manner reflect your tenderness and our motive your compassion. In so doing, may we make your joy, your satisfaction in us complete. Reveal to us how like-minded we are, despite the wide variety of opinions and passions. Remind us that we each belong to you, even more than to our allegiances and associations. Cause us to reflect how we have each received the bounty of your love, no one of us more so than another. In our interactions, may we be vessels of that same love, acknowledging that both our spirits and minds should be filled with your own. Do not allow our self-ambition or vain conceit to govern our actions, but humble us, that we would esteem and uphold all others above ourselves. Prevent us from appealing only to our own interests, but lift up our eyes, that we each would take the time to attend to the welfare of all those with and for whom you have called us to serve. For you have shown us the example of selfless service. In this, may we find our inspiration this day. We offer our prayer in the strength of your name. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of the House Resolution 188, the Journal of the last day's proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-2102, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code to direct the Undersecretary for Health and Department of Veterans Affairs to provide mammograms screening for veterans who served in locations associated with toxic exposure, in which concurrence of the House is requested.
The chair will now entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches from each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
To address you for 1 minute.
You may, without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For decades, the issue of homeless LGBTQ+ youth hasn't gotten the attention that it deserves, even as it is estimated that they make up between 20 and 40% of all homeless youth in the United States. And that is why I'm so proud that the federal omnibus recently passed by Congress included $3 million for 360 Youth Services in Naperville so that they can launch a youth affordable housing resource center to provide youth-specific housing and homeless prevention services in DuPage, Kane, Will, and surrounding counties. In the 11th District, we value our young people of all gender identities and sexual orientations, and I am proud of what 360 Youth Services has planned for this funding. Altogether, our office secured nearly $19 million for very worthwhile projects in Illinois' 11th District that will benefit our entire community. And this will be taxpayer money well spent. Thank
Gentleman's
you.
time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Labor Secretary Marty Walsh needs to remember that he is a cabinet member, not an activist. His one-sided involvement in active labor disputes is unfair and unprecedented. He's a former union president and the first union member in nearly half a century to lead the Department of Labor. If you believe he can be an impartial arbiter, then I've got swamp land in New Mexico to sell you. The head of the AFL-CIO herself expressed approval of Walsh's willingness to work, quote, behind the scenes, end quote. Walsh's infamous picket line participation with strikers at the Kellogg's factory won't be his last attempt to interfere with labor management disputes. Politico recently reported Walsh is, quote, eager to help with others, end quote. Walsh's pro-union advocacy disqualifies him from acting as an honest broker. He'd rather protect his union boss cronies than protect workers and job creators. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the country's tremendous economic improvements. While our economy is stronger than ever, the American Competes Act will strengthen the economy even more in the near future. But one key economic accomplishment during Biden's first year I'd like to highlight the most is the large budget deficit decrease he has produced. In his first year, the deficit decreased by $380 billion. That's an average drop of $36 billion each month. This is huge. This is a night and day difference from the past administration, which only increased the budget deficit year after year during his time in office. But even better, Biden is on track to reduce the deficit by more than $1 trillion this year. This is truly remarkable. We are building a better America for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ukraine, led by President Vladimir Zelensky, is winning and will be victorious over Putin. Biden must send military aid now. The ruse provided by incompetent Russian generals to claim eastern Ukraine is a trick, just as America would not surrender by giving up a small part of eastern United States, such as Delaware. We know Putin must be defeated by peace through strength. Victory is the only option to stop autocracy by rule of gun against democracy by rule of law, a clash of civilizations. The Chinese Communist Party will be stopped from mass murder in Taiwan. Iranian mullahs will be stopped from vaporizing the people of Israel. The world's largest democracy of India can thrive in a stabilized world. I have faith in the Russian people, a great culture with great cultural influence adopted in America. There is legislation for affecting Russian troops, diplomats, and Duma members to be provided immediate refugee status to America and up to $100,000 for any Russian military equipment turned over to Ukraine. God bless Ukraine. God save Ukraine. Long live Vladimir Zelensky. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize achievements of several young men from Iowa's 2nd District. Earlier this month, the Iowa High School Basketball State Championships were held in Des Moines. It was a weekend of competition and sportsmanship. While no school from the 2nd District won the championship, several young men recently earned all-state honors from the Des Moines Register. Dayton Davis of Fort Madison and Sean Gilbert of Central DeWitt were named to the Class 3A team. Eric Mulder of Pella Christian was named to the Class 2A team, and Maddox Griffin of Wapello was named to the Class 1A team. In addition, Caden Hall of English Valley's Carter Harmson of Mid Prairie, Carl Miller of Pella, Peter Moe of Iowa City, Yass, and Blaze Porter of New London earned honorable mention recognition. Congratulations to all these young men, teams, families, schools, and communities on achieving these honors. They're all well deserved. And I also want to take the time to acknowledge that on tomorrow, March 29th, my daughter, Taylor Miller Meeks, was born and was one of the best days of my life. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
He can ask the Senate to recess 1 minute or advise to stay in remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I rise today to talk about the situation we have with agriculture, water in California, and the President's acknowledgement just a couple of days ago that we're going to see a food shortage in the world, but partially even the United States of America. That's unbelievable to me. How could we, the United States of America, be facing possible food shortages? Indeed, already on the store shelves, empty space. I remember a story just a few years ago where Boris Yeltsin, president of Russia, of all places, came over and was visiting, and they took him to a grocery store in the United States. He was amazed and blown away, and I think even emotional, by the variety we have here. Yet the priorities don't seem to be producing for Americans and even producing for those we help around the world. It seems to be based more on environmental needs, like in my home state of California, where they're releasing more water out to the ocean than what's going to go to agriculture this year. Now, why does this affect all Americans? Why does this affect you? Because so many of the crops that we grow in California supply somewhere between 90 and 98% of what Americans eat of those crops.
Expired.
And we're doing this environmental stuff still in California.
Expired.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S2629, the Better Cybercrime Metrics Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2629, an act to establish cybercrime reporting mechanisms and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, and the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on S2629.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of 2629, the Better Cybercrime Metrics Act. This legislation improves our understanding and tracking of cybercrime, that we can do more to prevent it. A 2018 Gallup poll found that 1 in 4 Americans has been a victim of cybercrime. And I might say that it has exponentially grown during the pandemic. From stolen financial information to system-wide shutdowns to ransomware attacks, these crimes harm our families, our businesses, and our government. The Council of Economic Advisors estimated that malicious cyber activities cost our economy as much as $109 billion in 2016, and experts believe these costs are growing. The COVID-19 pandemic has increased, as I said earlier, opportunities for cybercrime, with increases in remote work and the time people are spending online. Hackers also took advantage of our recovery efforts, stealing identities to file fake unemployment claims or fraudulent loan applications. And again, in the midst of other innocent Americans not being able to secure those dollars and not being able to secure unemployment claims because of the fake process that clouded this system. Many of the victims of these scams only learned that they were attacked when they went to file genuine claims and were told that one had already been submitted using their name or business. Sadly, cyber criminals often target older Americans. In 2020, people over 60 accounted for the most complaints of any age group as collected by the FBI Internet Crime Complaint Center. People over 60 also had the greatest losses, with over $966 billion lost to cybercrime in 2020. We must do more to protect Americans from cybercrime, and that starts with a better understanding what it is and how it occurs. The Better Cybercrime Metrics Act will gather experts in law enforcement, business, and technology to create a taxonomy of cybercrime so that we can define it and classify it in a uniform way. This legislation also adds cybercrime to 2 important law enforcement tools used to track crimes: the National Incident-Based Reporting System and the National Crime Victimization System survey. Together, these provisions will ensure that law enforcement has a complete picture of when and where cybercrime occurs and who is harmed by it. Finally, this bill directs the Government Accountability Office to conduct a study on reporting mechanisms for cybercrime and the disparities in cybercrime data relative to other types of crime data. Together, this legislation will put in place the tools to clearly define and classify cybercrime, to track cybercrime, and to better understand this serious threat. Mr. Speaker, it is a very serious threat. And in addition to the monetary damages, people have been personally, psychologically impacted by losses, by lack of unemployment ability, by being rejected for some of these claims, having to be delayed when the individual who needs it is desperate and experiencing desperate economic conditions, and to find that they have been, in essence, gamed by a cyber criminal. We must stop this. And as I said earlier, one of the most vulnerable populations are individuals over 60. And really, when you find those 70s, 80s, 90s who've lived their lives, supported this nation, and become victims of cybercrime, it is something that compels you to really want to stop this threat. I commend Senators Brian Schatz and Tom Tillis for their work on this bipartisan legislation. I also thank Representative Abigail Spanberger for her leadership on the House companion to this bill. I was proud to stand with her in introducing the House companion, along with our Republican colleagues, Representative Blake Moore, Representative Andrew Garbarino. We must give law enforcement the tools to keep up pace with new technology and to get a step ahead of the threats faced by our ever-evolving world. This bill takes an important step in that effort, and I urge my colleagues to support it. As I conclude my remarks, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an excerpt of the House Judiciary Committee's memo from our December 8th markup of the House companion of the Better Cybercrime Metrics Act.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
American businesses and American citizens face a growing number of cyber crimes. Cybercrime is a particularly complicated form of criminal conduct and one that costs Americans billions of dollars a year in theft. This bill would require the Attorney General to enter into an agreement with the National Academy of Sciences to develop a method for categorizing different types of cybercrime. The Attorney General would also establish a cybercrime category in the National Incident-Based Reporting System so that states can better report cybercrime data to the federal government. The bill would also require the Bureau of Justice Statistics to include cybercrime victimization questions in the National Crime Victimization Survey. There's no question that we must do more to bring cyber criminals to justice. In August of 2021, the Biden administration released a notorious Russian cyber criminal early from federal custody. The individual was described as, quote, one of the most connected and skilled malicious hackers ever apprehended by the U.S. authorities, end quote. And for unknown reasons, the administration let him out of federal prison early and shipped him back to Moscow. We've asked the Biden Justice Department for more information about its early release of this cyber criminal, but we've received nothing as of yet. Similarly, we don't have enough information to determine whether this legislation will bring more cyber criminals to justice. We haven't heard from relevant stakeholders on these issues, and we haven't held hearings with experts to determine whether this is the right step at this time. This bill would require GAO to submit a report to Congress that assesses the effectiveness of reporting mechanisms for cybercrime and disparities in reporting data between cybercrime and other types of crime. Why are we starting with that? Why are we making changes to cybercrime reporting mechanisms before the GAO can evaluate whether the existing reporting mechanisms are effective? It makes more sense for us to have hearings, evaluate GAO's findings, and hear from experts. Then we can examine whether the other provisions of this bill are necessary and appropriate. In another instance of putting the cart before the horse, the Judiciary Committee is scheduled to hear from Brian A. Vorndran, the Assistant Director of Cyber Division at the FBI, tomorrow. Perhaps we should have waited to see what he had to say before rushing this legislation to the floor. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized. Gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Speaker, I'm joining you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure now to yield to the gentlelady from Virginia, who was astute to be able to offer the companion bill, and thank her for her leadership and career leadership on these issues. And that is Congresswoman Spanberger for 5 minutes.
Gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my Better Cybercrime Metrics Act and its companion bill in the United States Senate, S2629. And I thank the gentlewoman from Texas for that introduction and for her support of this bill since the moment we introduced it. Our nation is under constant attack from cyber criminals, and with a range of new threats emanating from adversaries around the world, including the Russian Federation, Congress has an obligation to move legislation forward that can better protect the American people, their data, their finances, and their personal information. And over the last few years, we've seen massive rates of cybercrime. Millions of Americans have had their personal data compromised, their money stolen, their identity taken, or their safety put at serious risk. In fact, cybercrime remains the most common crime in America, and this trend was only exacerbated by the pandemic and the many fraudsters looking to scam vulnerable Americans in a moment of crisis or make a quick buck off a global catastrophe. Unfortunately, a vast majority of these crimes are not properly reported or tracked by law enforcement, and far too often they are not measured or even documented. And to make matters worse, our government lacks the preparedness required to fully address the next generation of cybercrime and cyber attacks. Our legislation would give law enforcement agencies the tools they need to better track and identify cybercrime, prevent attacks, and hold perpetrators accountable. Our bill would require federal reporting on the effectiveness of current cybercrime mechanisms. And it would go one step further. It would also highlight disparities in reporting data between cybercrime data and other types of crime data. This is such an important step for strengthening our understanding and our defenses against the phishing attempts, extortion, identity theft, and ransomware attacks that are plaguing everyday Americans and communities across our country. Additionally, our bill would make sure America's law enforcement is prepared for the next generation of cyber attacks. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am a proud former federal law enforcement officer, and I understand that local and state police and sheriff's departments are often strained for resources. And I know that their time is precious, so I recognize the importance of having their backs and making sure that we have as much information as possible about potential threats. This legislation follows through on that commitment, and it's why I am glad to see it endorsed by several national law enforcement organizations, including the National Fraternal Order of Police, the National Association of Police Organizations, the Major Cities Chiefs Association, and the National White Collar Crime Center, which has a presence in Virginia's 7th District. In fact, this legislation, bipartisan and bicameral, was partially inspired by the attack on the Colonial Pipeline last year, something that impacted many communities across my district. After thousands of Virginians, their gas tanks, and their wallets were impacted by this disruptive ransomware attack, I was proud to build a bipartisan coalition focused on improving America's efforts to undercut hackers, protect critical infrastructure, and strengthen existing cybercrime prevention efforts. I want to thank my colleagues in the U.S. House of Representatives who joined this bipartisan coalition. Thank you to Congressman Blake Moore, Congressman Andrew Garbarino, and Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee for your partnership. Clearly, there is still bipartisan consensus for cybersecurity reforms and protections. I also want to thank our friends across the Capitol complex for ushering the Senate version through the process. Thank you to Senators Schatz, Tillis, Cornyn, and Blumenthal for your cooperation and leadership on this important bicameral effort. When our bipartisan bill passes the House tonight, it will head to the President's desk to be signed into law, and with the stroke of a pen, we will ensure that our national crime classification system can properly identify cybercrimes and prevent future attacks. Once our legislation is signed into law, we will be protecting more than families who bank online. We will be protecting more businesses who manage their employees' payroll information over the internet. We will be protecting more seniors who are using the internet to communicate with their loved ones far away or rely on the internet to manage their federal benefits, such as Social Security. Together, we will thwart cyber criminals, and together we will prevent more Americans from becoming targets or victims online. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman from Texas, reserve. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Does the gentleman have any more speakers? Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me just take an opportunity to thank Congresswoman Spangenberger for the knowledge she brings to this issue and to this legislation. We've already said that this is not a harmless crime, and I wish to introduce in the record to further emphasize the lack of the harmlessness that it is. It is harmful. I'd like to introduce cybercrime predictions for 2022, deepfakes, cryptocurrencies, and misinformation, and just say that one sentence says it all: fake news 2.0 and the return of misinformation campaigns. They cite in particular COVID-19, and I think all of us can attest to the terrible damage that was done during the pandemic with the huge issues of the question of COVID and the vaccination, such as fake vaccine passport certificates were on sale for $100 to $120, and the volume of advertisement groups and group sizes publishing sellers multiplied over and over again. Ask unanimous consent. Then,
Without objection.
Ho, ho, ho holiday scams, FBI Portland. During the 2020 holiday season, this article says the FBI Internet Crime Compliance Center received more than 17,000 complaints regarding the non-delivery of goods, resulting in losses of more than $53 billion. Ask unanimous consent to submit that into the record. Without major changes, more Americans could be victims of online crime. The Hill. And when you turn on the TV or read the newspaper, it's hard to ignore headlines: Colonial Pipeline, a victim of massive ransomware attack, 50 million people affected by T-Mobile data breach, hackers exploit SolarWinds to spy on U.S. government agencies, and the roll call goes on and on and on. So I thank my colleagues for their words of support for this bipartisan legislation. I believe the time is now. We are going to continue this journey. This is not the last legislative initiative. That is why we'll be holding a hearing tomorrow with the representatives from the FBI, because this is a growing, continuing project and problem. And if I might use the terminology, we'll have to reimagine constantly. This legislation is also supported by law enforcement groups and those with particular expertise in cybercrime, including the National Fraternal Order of Police, the Major Cities Chiefs Association, and the National Association of Police Organizations, the National White Collar Crime Center, and the Cybercrime Support Network. I thank Senator Schatz, Senator Tillis, and as I indicated, our colleague, Representative Spangenberger, for their leadership on this bipartisan legislation. I am glad to have joined it, and I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting it. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2629? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid. For purposes, the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition.
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. Does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3359, the Homicide Victims Families Rights Act of 2021, as amended.
The clerk will report the bill. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 207, H.R. 3359, a bill to provide for a system for reviewing the case files of cold case murders at the instance of certain persons and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, and the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill under consideration. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection, and the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I support H.R. 3359, the Homicide Victims Families Rights of 2021, and urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation which establishes a procedure for families of murder victims in cases investigated at the federal level to continue to pursue justice for their murdered family member when the trail has gone cold. There's nothing more devastating for a family to live without answers in the midst of the violent death of their loved one. This legislation gives a designated family member the right to request a review of their murdered loved one's case file after 3 years. Unfortunately, 4 out of 10 murder victim families in this country never receive any closure in the loss of their family member. FBI data shows the percentage of homicides cleared by an arrest or other means has declined significantly from 1965 to today, while the number of unsolved homicides grows by the thousands nationwide every year. In 2019, 4 Texas cities cleared 40% or less of reported homicides, according to the FBI statistics. Low clearance rates lead to low confidence in law enforcement and reduced citizen cooperation, which led to even lower clearance rates. The backlog of cases and low clearance rates disproportionately affect murder victims who are poor, uneducated, unemployed, and Black, and without resources to pursue this with a private investigator, with an extended legal team. They are left to their own devices. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, that is? Remorse, sadness, devastation, family breakups, loss that can never be repaired. Poor Black and brown victims and their families tend to receive less attention to their cases from law enforcement than those of other socioeconomic backgrounds and racial groups, and their cases go unsolved. This, of course, however, impacts Americans across the board. The pain is deep. Without easing, without ceasing, this legislation is important. But this desperate treatment is unacceptable as well, and we can and we must provide justice for all victims and their families. I hope this legislation will set a new tone, eliminating disparate treatment, impacting vulnerable communities of poor Black and brown families who often never receive closure, while serving as a model for state, local, and tribal governments where the vast majority of unsolved murders lie, and as well help all Americans, no matter what their condition and station of life, no matter where they live. H.R. 3359 will require federal law enforcement agencies using fresh eyes, and I've seen this actually work, to complete a case file review and determine if a full reinvestigation could lead to a new probative investigative leads. This legislation will encourage equitable treatment of victims and their families by requiring that federal law enforcement include the victim's family in the case file review and reinvestigation process. That means notifying them and giving them hope. Provide written certification to a designated family member if a final review is not necessary. Update that family member throughout the case file review and full reinvestigation, and meet with and discuss the evidence with that family member if a full reinvestigation is not pursued. Nothing like closure. It has been shown that cold case investigations can be very effective by using agents and investigators who have never worked the cases before, and by deploying up-to-date investigative techniques. Cold case investigations help take violent criminals off the street and to bring closure. Let me take note of the fact that the Judiciary Committee as a whole is very active in pursuing the issue of cold cases, to the extent that this Department of Justice has established a unit that works on it. I would say, however, an infusion of energy and excitement and utilization of this effort would be welcomed, because this is an important message and effort for our families. In 2010, the FBI and a cold case detective began a joint re-examination of the death of Ellen Beeson in 1985, whose remains were found south of Houston in an area called the Killing Fields. Almost 30 years later, the cold case detective requested x-rays of the body, which showed that the woman's skull had been cracked on both sides from a forceful blow. Her body had never been x-rayed. The main suspect in the murder was finally convicted of involuntary manslaughter in 2014, sentenced to 20 years in prison, and named as the leading suspect in the murder of other women found in the Killing Fields, though he was never charged. H.R. 3359 mandates that a law enforcement agency must conduct a full reinvestigation like the one that brought justice to Ellen Beeson's family if probative investigative leads will result from a full investigation. How necessary this is for mourning and very, very devastated families. This bipartisan legislation represents an important step in fostering renewed hope for families, and is supported by a broad array of advocates, including the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, the National Organization of Parents of Murdered Children, the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, and the Association of Prosecuting Attorneys. I'm so grateful to Congressman Eric Swalwell, Chairman, and as well member of the House Judiciary Committee, for his passion on this issue and his astute continued effort on this bipartisan bill that will bring light and hope to families of victims who seek justice for their loved ones. I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill today, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3359, the Homicide Victims Family Rights Act of 2021. This bill creates a process for relatives of homicide victims to request that federal agencies re-review the case of their lost family member once the case has gone cold. To be clear, this bill would only apply to federal cases of murder, and it wouldn't apply to murder cases investigated by state and local law enforcement, which are most cases. The majority of cold cases at issue under this bill are likely to be cases arising from tribal jurisdictions. Fortunately, President Trump already took steps to try to solve cold cases in tribal jurisdictions. In November of 2019, President Trump signed an executive order to create the Operation Lady Justice Task Force. In its first year, this task force opened 7 offices across this country to address the number of missing and murdered Indigenous women. The task force held listening sessions, tribal consultations, webinars, meetings with law enforcement, and victim service programs, and formed domestic violence and sexual assault coalitions. The task force put out guidance and protocols, developed relationships with entities like missing persons clearinghouses, began training for investigators and volunteers, and started a public awareness campaign. This was all in 2020. This legislation is cut from similar cloth as President Trump's executive order creating the task force. Hopefully, it will motivate the Biden administration to continue President Trump's good work. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oregon reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am now very pleased to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California and the author and leader of this bill, Mr. Swalwell. Thank you so very much for your very, very astute leadership. I yield you.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, and I thank the gentlelady for her leadership, her continued leadership in this area, and the gentleman from Oregon for his support. Mr. Speaker, this legislation plainly says, and will plainly make so, that the sun will never set on justice for victims of homicides and their families seeking closure. I want to thank the chairman and ranking member for their unanimous support of my bill, H.R. 3359, the Homicide Victims Families Rights Act. And I really appreciate the majority leader and the speaker for allowing this measure to be considered before the floor today. I also want to thank my co-lead on this legislation, former federal prosecutor, Congressman Mike McCall of Texas, for his dedication to bringing justice to victims of unsolved homicides. His perspective, having served in the federal courts, brought with him a wealth of knowledge on criminal investigations at both the state and federal level. I also want to acknowledge former Assistant United States Attorney from the District of Columbia, Glenn Kirshner, who worked with my office after spending many years serving as a prosecutor in the District of Columbia to detail the pain and suffering that far too many families face when they see their loved ones' cases go unsolved. Glenn's expertise has been invaluable as I drafted this legislation to ensure no victim is forgotten. I also have relied upon my own experience as a prosecutor, knowing that no jury verdict, no criminal sentence can bring back to life a lost loved one. However, I have been in the courtroom when a guilty verdict is delivered in a murder case, and I've seen the closure that the families experience when that occurs for them. I've also met with a number of families where they have not yet seen their family member's killer brought to justice, and there's a marked difference. This revitalizes the review and reinvestigation processes for cold case homicide files. Upon request by a loved one or a family member, 3 years after a case goes cold, my legislation requires a complete re-examination of the file and accompanying evidence, new or renewed interviews with potential subjects and witnesses, and other methods to identify possible missteps. Improvements in technology, resources, and evidence-based techniques will also better equip law enforcement agencies with tools they need to review files under a novel lens, one that would assist in identifying new leads and witnesses to solve crimes and obtain justice that victims' families and loved ones so rightfully deserve. It also assists investigators in homicide cases that serve important underserved communities such as Native Americans or Indian reservations, federal law enforcement officers killed in action, U.S. citizens who are murdered abroad, or homicides that take place on federal land in the high seas. It'll also serve as a crucial model for the states to look at a federal law that could inspire in their own states the ability to adopt a local homicide victims' Bill of Rights. This provides law enforcement with additional disaggregated and detailed information about cold case homicides that will assist agencies across state lines to help triangulate homicide trends and investigate and identify new leads. Valuable information combined with existing communities toward finding justice for unsolved murders has led to full endorsements of my bill by both advocacy groups and law enforcement associations alike. The need for this bill is great, and every year, countless homicides leave mothers and fathers without children, spouses, widowed, and sons and daughters without parents. The crimes spare no one, whether it's the unfortunate victim, the family member who is left with lasting shock, turmoil, and grief. And after all, murder never discriminates, nor does it prioritize. Special care is especially needed for cold case crimes. The FBI Uniform Crime Report estimates 250,000 homicides cases are unsolved. And as of today, 3,000 unsolved homicide cases right here in our own nation's capital. The number of unsolved homicides that eventually attain cold case status increases each year by an average of 6,000. That's why I'm urging my friends on both sides of the aisle to swiftly pass H.R. 3359 and to join our colleagues on the Judiciary Committee who unanimously supported the passage of this legislation. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman
Thank the gentleman. Reserve.
Gentlewoman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker very much. It's my pleasure as well to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman of the Judiciary Committee and Chair, Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island. 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I rise today in strong support of the Homicide Victims Family Rights Act, legislation that will help tackle the backlog of cold cases and bring long overdue justice to more than 250,000 unresolved or unsolved murder cases. It's estimated that every year a murder victim leaves behind more than 4 family members. This means that more than 1 million grieving loved ones, families, friends, and communities are still awaiting answers. And this is not just a problem in older cases. In 2017, the FBI Uniform Crime Report estimated that across all levels of law enforcement, investigators were only able to close 62% of murder cases. We can help remedy this with the Homicide Victims Family Rights Act. This bill empowers families by affording them the right to have their loved one's homicide case examined by a federal investigator to see if the case should be reinvestigated. This is an important review process to establish, especially since our technological and scientific investigation techniques are constantly evolving and being improved, providing law enforcement new tools to investigate even the oldest of cold cases. This is a straightforward, smart bill that will hopefully bring peace to victims' loved ones who are too often left in the dark. I want to thank my friend and colleague, Congressman Swalwell, for his extraordinary leadership on this bipartisan bill and encourage all my colleagues to join me in voting yes. And I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a National Victims Organization Group Coalition letter of support, individual letters of support for the American Investigative Society of Cold Cases, Parents of Murdered Children, Inc., and Murder Accountability Project, and individual letters of support from the Association of Prosecuting Attorneys and the Federal Law Enforcement Officers
Without
Association.
objection.
And I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I'm prepared to close. Gentlemen, have any additional speakers?
Does the gentleman from Oregon?
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Well, let me thank the gentleman from Oregon for his support of this legislation, and as well, again, thank Mr. Swalwell for that commitment to helping families who are typically desperate for help in these cold cases. Let me cite as a comparison that does not deal with the end of a case, but it does deal with the intervention of the federal government, the FBI in particular, on a child predator case in a local neighborhood where local law enforcement were doing their very best. But when we were able to reach out to the FBI, although the case was not cold in its conclusion, it was cold in its investigation, its current investigation, and the FBI did bring new and fresh eyes to help us with that terrible case. So when we have cases that are the cold case, the backlog of cold case murders continues to grow. And I think this legislation means a lot to these families. When they grow cold, this means that thousands of murderers evade prosecution and continue to walk the streets, able to commit more crimes and possibly more murders, while thousands of mothers, fathers, husbands, wives, sons, and daughters have yet to find closure in the loss of their loved ones. And let me just say, Speaker, I think you realize that pain is so deep and it never goes away. That is why this bill is so important. This legislation would result in more closed cases, justice for victims, closure for their families, and greater faith in law enforcement. Before I close, I just want to add to the previous legislation, S2629, an additional submission. U.S. military has acted against ransomware groups. General acknowledges, talks about the military's involvement in fighting ransomware groups. I ask unanimous consent to submit that into the record.
Without objection.
Again, I want to indicate that this bill is important. Thank our colleagues for supporting it in a bipartisan manner, and I ask them to join me in supporting this bill today. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3359 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the purpose. Does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1621, the Prohibiting Punishment of Acquitted Conduct Act of 2021, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1621, a bill to amend Section 3661 of Title 18, United States Code, to prohibit the consideration of acquitted conduct at sentencing.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, and the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on H.R. 1621.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to support H.R. 1621, the Prohibiting Punishment of Acquitted Conduct Act, which offers a solution to a long-identified problem within our criminal justice system. This bill provides necessary reform to current federal sentencing practice that allows judges to sentence defendants based on conduct which a jury has found them not guilty. The Sixth Amendment to the Constitution provides that anyone accused of a crime shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public jury trial, while the Fifth Amendment provides that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. These provisions mean that the government is bound to move each and every element of an offense for which a defendant is charged beyond a reasonable doubt during jury trial, or that defendant must admit each element of an offense to support a plea of guilty. Absent that, those offenses are not found guilty, if you will, to the individual. Notwithstanding this constitutional obligation, federal judges routinely nullify not guilty verdicts rendered by juries and sentence defendants to significantly higher penalties based on acquitted conduct. In its current form, 18 U.S.C. 3661 prohibits any limitation of the conduct a judge may consider when sentencing a defendant, even when a jury has determined that there was insufficient evidence to prove the defendant committed the charged offense. Seems clearly a constitutional violation. Additionally, under the concept of relevant conduct, the U.S. sentencing guidelines allows judges to consider a range of conduct, including dismissed charges, uncharged conduct, and acquitted conduct when imposing sentences. Again, might I say, seemingly a very unfair direction given without limitations and certainly without adherence to the constitutional amendments. The fact-finding made by judges at sentencing is based on a lower evidentiary standard than at trial. That is by preponderance of evidence, which many scholars define as a 50% chance that a claim is true. The reform proposed in this bill ensures that judges punish defendants on facts proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Criminal standard, the higher evidentiary standard of proof required during a jury trial, which some scholars attach a value of 90 to 95% surety. Justice Ginsburg, a moderate liberal who became more liberal in later years, joined Justice Thomas, Justice Scalia, a staunch conservative, in his dissent in Jones versus United States, lamenting the failure of the court to determine if the Sixth Amendment is violated when judges impose sentences based solely on judge-found facts. While the sentencing guideline suggested prison sentences from 27 to 71 months for the 3 defendants in the case, the trial judge imposed, if you can believe it, an overwhelming sentence of 180, 194, and 225 months based on the conduct the prosecution failed to prove. Judge Scalia's often quoted dissent was issued more than 7 years ago, yet nothing has been done about this unjust, undemocratic practice and really unconstitutional, which diminishes the sanctity of the jury trial, the standard of unreasonable doubt, which any layman can tell you when you ask them, what is the standard for proving guilt or innocence in a criminal trial? Everybody knows the words with unreasonable doubt. Can you imagine? That is not the case. The public check on the government's power and the overall integrity of the criminal justice system must be maintained. H.R. 1621 would restore fairness to jury trials by amending Section 3661 to ban consideration of acquitted conduct at sentencing unless the conduct is considered for mitigation purposes. Though I wish we were doing more to advance the standard of criminal justice reform, I am happy to support this bipartisan bill that addresses an acute need while restoring the basic propositions of due process and the right to trial by jury. I want to express enthusiastic support and appreciation to Representative Steve Cohen, chair of the Subcommittee on Constitution, for his commitment to justice and for taking the lead on this significant bipartisan bill, along with Representative Kelly Armstrong. A broad coalition of advocates support this measure, including R Street Institute, the ACLU, the Innocence Project, Brennan Center for Justice, the American Bar Association, Families Against Mandatory Minimums, the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, and the Federal Public and Community Defenders. It is for that reason I hope that the Senate will take up this bill and pass the House version as soon as possible. I ask my colleagues to support this bill and to continue working on additional measures to make our justice system more equitable, more transparent. We look forward to coming to the floor with those initiatives. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1621, the Prohibiting Punishment of Acquitted Conduct Act of 2021. The Sixth Amendment of the Constitution ensures that criminal defendants have the right to a trial by jury. This right is so important that our founding fathers preserved it in the Bill of Rights. It is a hallmark of our great country that one of the many things that separates us from other countries is this. Our commitment to trial by jury means we accept the jury's decision whether we agree with it or not. This bill would prohibit federal judges from increasing a defendant's sentence based on conduct for which the defendant had been acquitted by a jury. In 1987, the United States Sentencing Commission established federal sentencing guidelines. These guidelines allow judges to consider conduct that was not formally charged or proven beyond a reasonable doubt at a trial so long as the judge finds the conduct relevant by a preponderance of the evidence. There are numerous examples of this happening. Judges have intervened to overrule the determinations of juries and have handed down harsher sentences after considering conduct for which the defendants have been charged and acquitted. Allowing judges to consider acquitted conduct punishes people for a crime for which they have not been convicted. It is wrong and it violates the spirit of our Bill of Rights. Both Justice Kavanaugh and the late Justice Antonin Scalia recognized the fundamental unfairness of using acquitted conduct at sentencing. Both said it must stop. In 2015, as a judge on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit, then Judge Kavanaugh wrote, quote, allowing judges to rely on acquitted or uncharged conduct to impose higher sentences than they otherwise would impose seems a dubious infringement on the rights to due process and to a jury trial, end quote. I agree with Justice Scalia and Justice Kavanaugh. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
It's certainly my pleasure now, Mr. Speaker, to yield 5 minutes to the author of this legislation, Chair of the Constitution Committee on Judiciary, and a strong advocate for justice, and that is my friend Steve Cohen.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ms. Jackson Lee. First, I want to take a point of personal privilege. This is the first day that I've walked into the House without Don Young being in it. Don Young was an outstanding congressman and a good human being. He was my friend. Every day I walked in those doors and he sat on the aisle, I would say hello and we would talk. This is the first day he hasn't been there to say hello. I will join with other members to memorialize him in the services tomorrow here in the Capitol and also at his church in Virginia on Wednesday. Mr. Young was the Dean of the House and just a good human being, and he had a wonderful wife. On this bill, I want to thank Mr. Armstrong for working with me on it. He was a strong proponent of the bill, and it's truly bipartisan and bicameral. It's already passed the Senate in some form, I believe. It's been mentioned that Justice Scalia was a great proponent of this, as was Justice Ginsburg and Justice Kavanaugh. Mr. Benz and Ms. Jackson Lee have made all the arguments. I've got a few pages of speeches here, but there's no reason to. A long time I was told, if you make the sale, sit down. Sale's been made, I believe. I just urge everybody to vote aye.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Kelly Armstrong.
The gentleman from North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's dangerous. No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to say in support of prohibiting punishment for acquitted conduct act. I want to thank Mr. Cohen from Tennessee for introducing this important legislation. Mr. Speaker, due process is more than an ideal. It's a fundamental right enshrined in our law. The Constitution confirms that right explicitly ensures procedural fairness to those accused of and convicted of crimes. Yet the criminal justice system often grants judges with discretion to increase the length and severity of punishments based on conduct for which an individual was proven not guilty. We can all agree that holding criminals accountable is essential to law and order. However, sentencing based on acquitted conduct is an affront to all Americans' constitutional rights. The Prohibiting Punishment of Acquitted Conduct Act will bring an end to this unfair practice. This bipartisan, bicameral legislation bars judges from considering an individual's acquitted conduct during sentencing, except for purposes of mitigating a sentence. This bill is a crucial step towards restoring some fairness in our criminal justice system and commands a broad coalition of support, including Senate Judiciary Chairman Dick Durbin, the ACLU, Americans for Prosperity, and the American Conservative Union. I want to thank both Chairman Nadler and Ranking Member Jordan for moving this bill through the Judiciary Committee. And just one last thing. Judges have a range of sentences in the sentencing guidelines. Prosecutors, after conviction, make recommendations. There's a pretrial sentencing report. And again, the sentencing can vary very highly up and down in that thing. There's absolutely no reason in the interest of justice or fairness where acquitted conduct needs to be used in sentencing offenders. So I thank everybody, and with that, I yield back. I would.
Gentleman will reserve. The gentleman from Oregon may yield.
Yes, yes, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Benz. I just want to say how much I enjoyed working with Mr. Armstrong on Judiciary Committee. It's one of the came back for the new Congress, and you weren't on the committee. That was a loss. But it's good to work with you on this bill, and you've worked on this in the past. I appreciate it. And I'd like to incorporate by reference everything that you said into my previous lack of remarks. It can be done. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I want to thank the gentleman from Oregon for supporting this legislation he has and citing a number of judges and courts who added their support to this important legislation. To Mr. Cohen, your eloquence was in the efforts that you have made to help those who have suffered injustice, and we thank your partner, Congressman Armstrong, for his work as well. And the fact that you all are speaking in tandem speaks loudly on this floor. Let me, as I close, submit into the record the dissenting opinion of Justice Scalia, Thomas, and Ginsburg with simple comments from their opinion. On petitioner's appeal, the D.C. Circuit held that even if their sentences would have been substantively unreasonable but for judge-found facts, their Sixth Amendment rights were not violated. That was found by the D.C. Circuit. We should grant certiorari to put an end to the unbroken string of cases disregarding the Sixth Amendment. And so you are more than affirmed that the Sixth Amendment in these cases is patently disregarded. Ask unanimous consent to submit the Supreme Court dissent on the Jones versus United States case into the record.
Without objection.
So I want to say that the failure to address this issue for so many years has contributed to the epidemics of over-incarceration and mass incarceration, weaken the finality that a jury trial is meant to provide, and undermine overall public confidence in our justice system. I really think this legislation has exposed some incredulous behavior because most people believe that you are sentenced on the unreasonable doubt convictions as opposed to additional sidebar conversations that may come to the judge's attention in terms of other offenses. Today, we consider a simple, narrowly tailored bill that builds on our bipartisan effort to create a fair justice system. This bill will make sure that defendants are punished only for the conduct that prosecutors are able to prove at trial, consistent with the constitutional guarantees of due process and the right to a trial by jury of their peers, and consistent with the principles on which this country was founded. And before I close, I want to join with my colleague from Tennessee's remarks and indicate the deepest sympathy to the family of Congressman Dean Don Young. He is a voice, and I speak in the present. His presence was larger than life. He spoke to everyone, and his booming voice is something that I'm certainly going to find a great loss, as well as his love and passion for not only his family and his great state, but also for this institution. I don't know if we'll ever find an institutionalist such as Don, but we can certainly follow in his footsteps and, of course, in his desire for order when he cited the words regular order. So we are blessed by having him here, and may he rest in peace. I ask that my colleagues join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1621 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I move to
to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4738 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4738, a bill to direct the American Folklife Center at the Library of Congress to establish a history project to collect videos and audio recordings of personal histories and testimonials, written materials, and photographs of those who were affected by COVID-19 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. H.R. 4738 establishes a COVID-19 history program within the Library of Congress's American Folklife Center. March 11th of this year marked the 2nd anniversary of the World Health Organization's official designation of COVID-19 as a pandemic. Since then, more than 6 million people worldwide have succumbed to the disease, almost 1 million in the United States alone, and hundreds of millions more have suffered from its debilitating effects. And experts agree that current statistics are likely undercounting the disease's actual toll. Indeed, the true scale of social and economic devastation caused by the virus may never be known. Although the virus continues to disrupt daily life in ways both seen and unseen, through American ingenuity and sheer force of will, several effective vaccines were developed in record time. These vaccines continue to be an important tool as the fight to eradicate the coronavirus goes on. As the country and world enter this next phase of the pandemic, it's important that we preserve the stories of those that lived through it. COVID-19 is not the first pandemic, and it will not be the last. Humanity has endured Black Death, cholera, influenza, HIV, and AIDS. The list goes on. And as devastating as these diseases can be, there are lessons to be found in each. Lessons of love and loss, of peace and strife, of failure and triumph. Tragically, few knew this firsthand better than my colleague and the gentlewoman from Louisiana and sponsor of this bill who lost her husband, Luke, to the disease. We applaud her for bravely answering the call of public service at such a difficult time, and we hope that she and her family continue to heal and that his memory serves as an inspiration to them in all that they do. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4738, the COVID-19 American History Project Act, and I thank my colleague, Congresswoman Julia Letlow of Louisiana, for championing this important legislation. When the COVID-19 pandemic reached our shores, our lives were all impacted. Some of these changes were temporary, and some of them were permanent. Congresswoman Letlow continues to live every day with the impact this pandemic has had on her family, and I'm inspired by her courage and willingness to share her story. Unfortunately, her story is not entirely unique, and many families across this nation have been forced to say goodbye to a loved one far too soon. Their lives and memories deserve to be recorded, collected, and preserved so that this unprecedented pandemic is accurately understood by historians, students, and Americans from all walks of life. Over the last 2 years, we've all felt the fear of the unknown, and in a lot of ways, when the pandemic hit, our nation was caught off guard. This project will help ensure future generations can learn from the trials we've overcome and the triumphs we've been able to achieve. The American Folklife Center at the Library of Congress is the largest and most extensive library in human history. And I can think of no better place to house the personal histories, testimonials, written materials, and photographs of Americans whose lives were lost, those who bravely stood on the front lines, and also all those who demonstrated the American spirit through innovation, resilience, and compassion. As Congresswoman Letlow has expressed, this project is about providing healing and hope for the future, and I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is now recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 15 seconds to my colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 years, everybody has a COVID memory. It might be the mask that were mandated on folks across the United States. It might be that cup of coffee that you tried to drink forgetting that your mask was on. It might be how we've seen incredible evolution.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman is recognized.
against my better judgment, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Illinois for his evolution and thought there and for yielding. Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 years, we've seen just an absolutely incredible experience going through COVID. It might be the mask mandates that were thrust upon people, and as I mentioned, it might even be a funny memory of people trying to eat or drink coffee through their mask, as I know I have. We've seen this evolution in the workforce where people are working remotely all over the United States, and we've seen millions and millions of people choose to leave the workforce. This is something that has affected so many people. We've seen multi-generational businesses close, and we've seen fledgling businesses surge as a result of COVID-19, as a result of this pandemic. We've seen record speed at which vaccines, plural, have been developed under Operation Warp Speed. We've seen treatment protocols that have evolved. And by some measure, we've seen up to a million Americans that have lost their lives. Mr. Speaker, there's so much history behind COVID-19, behind this pandemic. There have been things that have been just absolutely remarkable, like the innovation in our pharmaceuticals in developing vaccines, innovation in technology with the evolution of incredibly convenient technology like Zoom or WebEx or GoToMeeting or other technologies allowing people to video conference, sometimes wearing shorts and pajama pants with their suit up top. This has been absolutely amazing, watching what's happened. But perhaps, Mr. Speaker, the most powerful impact of COVID-19 is not necessarily the successes and failures, the misfires, the things that have worked well, but it's been our personal losses. Mr. Speaker, the sponsor of this bill, Congresswoman Julia Ledlow from my home state of Louisiana, lost just an incredible man, a man who had a servant's heart, a man who cared so much for those that couldn't necessarily fight for themselves. Congressman-elect Luke Ledlow was elected to represent the small communities around Louisiana and around this nation. I'll say it again, to fight for those that were in many cases incapable of having the voice by themselves that was needed to change policy, but collectively, Congressman-elect Ledlow was going to change that. And I want to thank Congresswoman Ledlow, Luke's wife, and the representative from that area for having the leadership, for bringing this bill up, for making sure that we don't ever forget about all of the powerful lessons learned from COVID-19, that we don't forget about all of these powerful people, the heroes that lost their lives, in some cases caring for others, in some cases those people that were on the front lines trying to allow this country to continue, our economy to continue, our society to continue. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank Congresswoman Ledlow for her leadership on this legislation. I want to thank her for recognizing all the lives that were lost in the history here. And I urge adoption of the bill and yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from New York, Mr. Garbarino.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
I rise today in support of H.R. 4738, the COVID-19 American History Project Act. I'm proud to co-sponsor this bill and stand with my friend, Congresswoman Ledlow, who knows better than most the devastation of this pandemic. 2 years ago this month, an unknown virus swept across the world, taking lives and changing others forever. Our way of life was brought to an abrupt halt, and even now we're still trying to claw our way back to normal. My state was hit hard and early. Nearly 70,000 New Yorkers lost their lives to COVID-19. Too many families are now missing fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters. Too many friends are lost. Hardly anyone has made it through the last 2 years unscathed, and it's unlikely that those of us living through this pandemic will ever forget these years of strife. But what about those after us? Only by preserving and remembering times of difficulty can we ensure that future generations are prepared for what may come their way. The memories of our friends and loved ones lost to COVID deserve to live on. The memory of Luke Letlow and that of hundreds of thousands of Americans like him deserve to live on. This bill will ensure that they do, and that their loss will serve as a reminder for future generations. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized. Reserves. Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I reserve as well.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
That is my great honor, Mr. Speaker, to now yield as much time as she may consume to the sponsor of this piece of legislation, my good friend from Louisiana, Congresswoman Julia Letlow.
Gentlewoman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Congressman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as the House considers H.R. 4738, the COVID-19 American History Project Act. The last 2 years have been unimaginable for every single American. As COVID-19 ravaged our nation, we lost nearly 1 million citizens to this devastating virus. For countless families, those deaths were not just a number on the news, but the visceral loss of a loved one, a grandparent, a husband, a wife, a mom, a dad, a sister, a brother, a daughter, or a son. My own family faced the pain of this pandemic, as we lost my husband, Luke, just days before he would take a seat in this very chamber. Studies tell us that when a person dies, approximately 9 people from their inner circle, their family, friends, co-workers, and neighbors, suffer profound grief. This bill is dedicated to them. The now nearly 9 million Americans who live every day with newfound emptiness and suffering. For families like mine, that loss means an empty chair at the dinner table, a son who won't be able to go fishing with his dad anymore, and a daughter who won't be able to dance with her father on her wedding day. But this bill also values our people's personal experiences during the pandemic, which will help inform the collective narrative. Their accounts will facilitate healing and give hope to the generations of Americans to follow. The COVID-19 American History Project Act will task the Library of Congress to record, collect, and keep the stories of Americans impacted by the pandemic. Personal accounts from those who survived this virus, from those who lost loved ones, and from our healthcare heroes, the doctors, nurses, technicians, ambulance drivers, and custodians who served on the front lines of this pandemic, and we owe an enormous amount of gratitude. This bill will allow us to use our voices as citizens to write the history of this time. Personal stories are powerful and can promote healing while also helping others who are hurting. Medical research tells us that sharing a story through verbal or written means has a cathartic effect on a grieving individual. I know from my own life experiences that when we tell our stories of tragedy and loss, that is when true healing begins. It is time for the American people to heal. It is time for us to finally put the fear and divisiveness of this pandemic behind us. It is time to let the values of hope and peace guide our nation once again. Mr. Speaker, I believe it is fitting for this bill to come up for a vote on the first day this House begins to reopen. As we welcome the American people back inside their house, let us also welcome the countless stories of those we lost throughout these last 2 years. Every day, when I look into my toddlers' faces, I see their dad's amazing spirit, and I find comfort in knowing that his greatest legacy will live on through them. but it's my children's generation and those not yet born who will need to know the personal history and indelible impact of this pandemic. And it should be written by the very people who lived it and were impacted directly. My husband Luke loved history and had a tremendous passion for preserving our shared American heritage. His knowledge of the past profoundly shaped his public service. I think of the hours he spent poring over historical documents, writing and publishing the stories of the people who came before us. Let us preserve today's stories, not just to write a record, but to inform the decisions of those who will stand in this chamber decades from now and chart the course for our republic. It is the dawn of a new day in America, one where we can finally begin to move forward from COVID-19. And while we vow never to forget the great suffering and loss so many of us endured, we stand emboldened by the collective healing of the American spirit. The Library of Congress's mission is to engage, inspire, and inform Congress and the American people with a universal and enduring source of knowledge and creativity. Let us amplify the voices of the American people. Let us use their stories and experiences to write this history, and never let us forget those we lost. In closing, I'm reminded of a quote from Rick Warren, who said, "Other people are going to find healing in your wounds. Your greatest life messages and your most effective ministry will come out of your deepest hurts." Mr. Speaker, it's time for us to let our country heal. It's time for us to share our stories. Thank you. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I reserve, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I've been in this institution now and had the privilege to serve here for over 9.5 years. And that was by far one of the most inspiring personal stories that I've had a chance to witness. I can tell you, based upon what I learned about Luke Letlow from my colleagues like Garrett Graves and Steve Scalise and Clay Higgins and others, was that Luke Letlow was so excited to be a part of what we sometimes take for granted here in the House. I was a former staff member just like Mr. Letlow was. But his runoff election was right at the time between orientation, where I would have had a chance to meet him, and a chance for him to be sworn in. And that's when the tragedy that Congresswoman Letlow talked about her family facing took place. Luke Letlow didn't get a chance to raise his right hand and be a part of this House, but his legacy will live on forever as part of this oral history project. And I cannot think of a better way for a mother to be able to give her children, in honor of their dad and her husband, the legacy that he deserves, than by passing this bill tonight. Mr. Speaker, I would urge everyone in this institution to vote yes, to preserve the legacy of not only Luke Letlow, but of those whose families have been impacted the exact same way as the Letlow family by this pandemic. Let's move beyond this pandemic, but let us never forget. And let us remember our heroes, and let us remember those families, and let us remember how great our country is to be able to move beyond. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we thank the Congresswoman for bringing forward this very poignant and important legislation. And with that, I would urge my colleagues as well to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4738 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I'd like to ask for the yeas and nays, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I move to suspend the rules and pass S 3294.
The clerk will report the title.
Senate 3294, an act to obtain and direct the placement in the Capitol on the Capitol grounds of a statue to honor Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, Sandra Day O'Connor, and a statue to honor Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material and the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
This bill, by creating statues in the Capitol, honors former Supreme Court Justices Sandra Day O'Connor and Ruth Bader Ginsburg, 2 women who made groundbreaking contributions to American history and jurisprudence. The United States Capitol is a global symbol of democracy. This iconic building where we debate and craft law is also a museum of American art and history with a rich collection of portraits, paintings, and statues. Among the hundreds of sculptures, just 14 honor women leaders. By adding statues of these 2 pioneering Supreme Court justices, we will honor their legacy and inspire all who pass through these halls. In 1869, Arabella Mansfield became the first woman admitted to practice law in the United States when she was admitted to the Iowa bar. 10 years later, Belva Lockwood became the first woman admitted to practice before the Supreme Court of the United States. 100 years would pass before Sandra Day O'Connor became the first woman to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States. Born in the early 1930s, Sandra Day O'Connor and Ruth Bader Ginsburg both achieved extraordinary academic success. One of only 5 women in her class at Stanford Law, O'Connor served on the board of editors of the Stanford Law Review and graduated near the top of her class. Ginsburg first attended Harvard Law School, one of 9 women in her class. She became the first female member of the Harvard Law Review, while also caring for her husband, who had been diagnosed with cancer, and their young daughter. When her husband took a job in New York City, Ginsburg transferred to Columbia Law School and graduated first in her class. Despite their outstanding academic qualifications, O'Connor and Ginsburg faced barriers to employment after graduation, as law firms were unwilling to hire women lawyers. Each persevered and rose to prominence. O'Connor obtained a position as a deputy county attorney in California. Then, when her husband was stationed in Germany, she served as a civilian attorney with the United States Army Quartermaster Corps. In 1957, the O'Connors settled in Arizona, where they raised their 3 sons. O'Connor started a law practice, became involved in local politics and community service, and served as an assistant state attorney general. In 1969, O'Connor was appointed to the Arizona State Senate, where she was twice reelected and became the first woman majority leader in any state. In 1974, she was elected as a trial judge, a position she held until 1979, when she was appointed to the Arizona Court of Appeals. In 1981, President Ronald Reagan fulfilled his campaign promise to appoint a woman to the Supreme Court by nominating O'Connor. The Senate unanimously confirmed her appointment. In her nearly 25 years on the court, Justice O'Connor established herself as a pragmatic, independent voice. In a 1982 case, O'Connor wrote the majority opinion holding that the state could not prevent men from enrolling in an all-women's nursing school. She wrote that laws discriminating on the basis of sex are allowed only if there is an exceedingly persuasive justification, free of archaic and stereotypic notions of the roles and abilities of males and females. Justice O'Connor retired from the Supreme Court in 2006. In retirement, she remained active as a tireless advocate for judicial independence and civics education. Following law school, Ginsburg served as a law clerk to Judge Edmund L. Palmieri of the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York. She then became associate director of a comparative law project sponsored by Columbia University before joining the faculty of Rutgers Law School in 1963. From 1972 to 1980, she taught at Columbia Law School, where she became the first female tenured professor. In the 1970s, Ginsburg also served as a fellow at the Center for Advanced Study in the Behavioral Sciences in Stanford, California, and as the director of the Women's Rights Project of the American Civil Liberties Union. In this position, she led the fight against gender discrimination and won 5 landmark cases before the Supreme Court. In 1980, President Carter appointed Ginsburg to the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. In 1993, President Clinton nominated Ginsburg as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court. The Senate confirmed her nomination by a vote of 96-3, and she became the second female and the first Jewish female to serve on the court. Justice Ginsburg was a strong voice for gender equality and voting rights. She authored the landmark majority opinion in United States versus Virginia, which held that the state-supported Virginia Military Institute could not refuse to admit women. Justice Ginsburg served on the Supreme Court for 27 years until her death in September 2020. It is difficult to overstate the importance of these 2 justices as role models and inspiration for generations of American girls, women, and women lawyers. Justice O'Connor was sworn in as the first female Supreme Court justice the same month that I started law school, and I had the privilege of working with both justices on issues of civic education and access to justice. Both women were brilliant and funny. They were stars on the bench and in our national firmament. Now we're presented with another moment of equal significance with the nomination of Judge Jackson under consideration in the Senate. One more barrier has fallen, and soon young women of color will be able to see themselves in future Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, Ketanji Brown Jackson, as I once saw myself in Justices O'Connor and Ginsburg. Today, I ask my colleagues to honor these incredible women, Justice O'Connor and Justice Ginsburg, and help inspire our next generation of leaders by voting to create these statues for the Capitol of the United States. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of S 3294. As all members of Congress and every American who has visited the United States Capitol when it was completely open know, the halls of this foothold of democracy are lined with statues to honor and commemorate the lives of great Americans from all corners of this country, all walks of life and different political leanings. The National Statuary Hall collection includes 2 statues donated from each state. And in addition to the base collection, Congress has been able to accept donations or authorize the commission of statues of other individuals who have shaped our nation and contributed to the excellence of this country. Such additions have included the statue of Abraham Lincoln, commissioned by Congress in 1866, the portrait monument to Lucretia Mott, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Susan B. Anthony in 1920, and most recently the statue of Rosa Parks, which was officially unveiled in 2013. It is among these giants that today we consider the addition of the first 2 women confirmed to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States. It took nearly 200 years after the creation of the Supreme Court for the first woman to sit on America's highest bench. Appointed by President Reagan and confirmed by the Senate in 1981 with a vote of 99-0, a record for the most votes in support of a Supreme Court justice that stands to this day, Associate Justice Sandra Day O'Connor blazed a trail that has forever changed the court for the better. In the years that have followed, the Senate has confirmed Associate Justices Ruth Bader Ginsburg, whom this bill also honors, Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, and, most recently, Justice Amy Coney Barrett. I have no doubt that the legacy of women on the court will continue. The art collections throughout the Capitol grounds play a very important role. The pieces honor the ingenuity, courage, creativity, and patriotism of so many who came before us. They inspire us and remind us of the extreme weight and honor of our duties as elected representatives. Congress rarely commissions the additions of statues to its collections, a practice that signifies a rare and high honor. The addition of the first 2 female justices to serve on the Supreme Court is welcomed, and I look forward to their presence in these great halls. I support this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you very much. And I'm very excited to be supporting this bill today. I'm not going to go. You did a great job, Representative, with the biographies of these two incredible women, Sandra Day O'Connor and Ruth Bader Ginsburg, our first two women on the United States Supreme Court. I'm thinking back to my childhood. It's not that easy to think back to my childhood, but I'm thinking back to my childhood. And probably one of the most exciting things that I did was a family trip with my parents and my brother to the Capitol. And now when I think back and coming through the Capitol and seeing all those statues, I must have wondered as a child, did the women do anything? Because it's just amazing. 266 statutes here in the Capitol, only 14 are women. To me, that's crazy. That's just crazy. But listen, we're honoring these two Supreme Court justices, not just because they're women. I mean, I think, I'm not going to go through their biography again, but think about it. They went through their career at a time, there was no Title IX, right? There was no equal pay. There were limitations on how many women could actually get into law school. And then if you did get into law school, because I was in law school back in the day when there weren't a lot of us, you were bullied. I mean, you were bullied in the classroom. And so their achievement is remarkable. And so I'm very proud that future generations are going to come through these halls and they're going to see representations of these two women. Millions of children from all over the country and all over the world, because we're opening up, I hope soon, as we pass COVID, and they can be inspired. And I cannot wait to bring my two little grandsons so they can see that the girls can do it too. And just to add, this is a bipartisan bill. I'm proud to be one of the sponsors here in the House. And the women, the women did this together, but we thank the gentlemen for being on board, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois is reserved. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
At this time, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this legislation in honor of our U.S. Supreme Court Justices Ginsburg and O'Connor with statues in our U.S. Capitol. I'm so proud to hear my co-chair, Lois Frankel, talk about the importance of our history being recognized in these hollow halls. Both Justices O'Connor and Ginsburg did exactly that. They showed what it meant to blaze trails and to break the glass ceilings as the first and second woman to serve on the Supreme Court, the highest court. Their story is an American story, and it's one that our country should be proud of. And it's not what you say, it's what you do, and today we're taking action. Though their long careers were paved the way for countless women and girls in the legal and judiciary system, their life-changing words and actions will live in the hearts of Americans across this country. I'm grateful and I'm excited to be part of the Democratic Women's Caucus that's helping to lead this effort in honoring the life and the legacies of these two giants. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from...
Mr. Speaker, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out a bit of irony that exists as we discuss honoring anyone by adding a statue or bust to the halls of the Capitol, when for the past 745 days, this building's been closed to the American people. And despite what is being called a reopening, it continues to be closed to most Americans. This is about the last place in America to remain closed and for no legitimate reason whatsoever. The honor of being memorialized in the halls of Congress is far less an honor when no one is around to see it. It's past time for Speaker Pelosi to reopen the People's House to the American people. Reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of S3294, a bill to honor Supreme Court Justices Sandra Day O'Connor and Ruth Bader Ginsburg with statues here in the United States Capitol. Both overcame formidable barriers and defied the odds, paving the way for future generations of women. But Justice Sandra Day O'Connor holds a special place in the hearts of all Arizonans. Born on a ranch in eastern Arizona, Justice O'Connor brought a tough, no-nonsense attitude with her throughout her career in public service, and she blazed every trail she set foot on. And just this past Saturday, she celebrated her 92nd birthday. Justice O'Connor served as Arizona's Assistant Attorney General, the first female majority leader to serve in any state senate across the United States of America, and as a Maricopa County Superior Court judge. And in 1981, she took her Arizona brand of independence and pragmatism with her to the United States Supreme Court. Justice O'Connor shattered the highest glass ceiling in the legal profession, but Arizonans most admire her for the way she made it there, with unparalleled talent, intelligence, and relentless grit. Her independent-minded commitment to interpreting the Constitution and reaching workable decisions served our nation and the rule of law well. But one of the things that I most admire about Justice O'Connor is what she did after she retired from the United States Supreme Court. She foresaw deep divisions in our society and in our politics. She knew that we needed to improve civil discourse if we hope to keep our democracy strong.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield an additional minute.
And after 25 years on the court, she came back to Arizona and got right back to work. She founded the Sandra Day O'Connor Institute in Phoenix to promote civic education, inspiring future generations to not only participate in our democracy, but to contribute to it with the same degree of thoughtfulness, civility, and grace that she has throughout her amazing career. I've been lucky enough to work with her and the Institute through the Camp O'Connor Civic Engagement Program for middle school students. I saw firsthand the difference that program makes in the lives of our next generation of leaders, and I saw how much Justice O'Connor truly cares about those children and about all people. That's her legacy to me. Justice O'Connor and Justice Ginsburg were deeply committed to the service to the American people. They are more than deserving of this recognition, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, one of the things I most appreciate about this bill is the balance that it brings in recognizing the first two women justices of the Supreme Court. And they have very different ideologies and views. While I may have significant disagreements with Justice Ginsburg and her rulings and positions on certain issues, that doesn't mean her role in the history of this country is not worthy of being recognized. In the same way, Justice O'Connor is worthy of recognition despite the fact that I'm sure many people on the other side of the aisle take issue with her beliefs and positions on certain issues. Cancel culture is a disease infecting our society today. Those who seek to wipe out the accomplishments and contributions of historic figures simply due to opposing politics is wrong. I'm certainly not going to engage in that kind of mentality, even though I may not have cared for Justice Ginsburg's politics. In fact, Justice Ginsburg herself spoke out against cancel culture. She was once asked how could she be friends with the late Justice Antonin Scalia. They held vastly different views, and in her response, she quoted Justice Scalia by saying, "I attack ideas, I don't attack people." Some very good people have some very bad ideas, end quote. She's also famously quoted as saying, fight for the things you care about, but do it in a way that will lead others to join you. In short, Mr. Speaker, it's okay to fight for what you believe in. It's okay to disagree or even despise what someone else believes. But it doesn't mean they don't have a right to those beliefs. Unfortunately, this contrasts with some of the actions of my friends on the other side of the aisle this past few years. I hope this serves as an example that we can disagree without being disagreeable, that we choose to rise above being easily offended and instead respect alternative points of view, and that the halls of Congress are a place where everyone feels their viewpoints and beliefs are given equal credence. Mr. Speaker, I again appreciate the balance of this bill. I rise in support of this legislation. I urge everyone to adopt it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so proud to rise in support of this bill to recognize the brilliant and groundbreaking legal careers of Sandra Day O'Connor and Ruth Bader Ginsburg. But I'm also so proud to recognize them because of their unrelenting focus on our young people. We've heard a couple times about Justice O'Connor's interest in civics education. She founded her civics nonprofit when she found that more Americans knew the names of the judges on American Idol than they did on the justices of the Supreme Court. So she was really committed to helping our next generation understand the importance of our civics. Justice Ginsburg, I had the opportunity to meet her with my daughter when my daughter was about 10. My daughter was very anxious to ask a question of her. She asked her, when will we have a female president? And Justice Ginsburg turned to her and said, probably not in my lifetime, but certainly in yours. My daughter graduated from law school this year. We look forward to the fulfillment of Justice Ginsburg's prophecy, but I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill and support these statutes, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3294? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on that vote, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period less than 15 minutes.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1621, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. As amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1621, a bill to amend Section 3661 of Title 18, United States Code, to prohibit the consideration of acquitted conduct at sentencing.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Spartz of Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Spartz will vote yes on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaley, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaley will vote yes on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Congresswoman Nakima Williams, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentleman in Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany, Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House and Mr. Tiffany will vote aye on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado and Ms. Omar of Minnesota, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on H.R. 1621. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by these following members, Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Bowman of New York, and Mr. Boyle of Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House that they will vote yes on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Texas. As a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, pursuant to Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Taylor will vote yes on passage of 1621.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote yea on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Sanchez, I inform the House that Congressmember Sanchez will vote yes on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that both of these members will vote yea on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters and Representative Karen Bass, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mang, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mrs. Mace of South Carolina, Mrs. Mace will vote yes on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wild from Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Ms. Wild will vote yes on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Ceres, Mr. Paul Tonko, and Mr. Josh Gottheimer, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Green from Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote yes on H.R. 1621.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Harder and Ms. Barragan, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
The member designated Mr. Swazi of New York, Mr. Khanna of California, Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, and Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts. I inform the House that these four members will vote yes on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McEachin, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Lamb, I inform the House that Mr. Lamb will vote yea on H.R. 1621.
New York. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. As a member designated by Mr. Madison Cawthorn, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will be voting yea on H.R. 1621. Thank you, and go Hoosiers.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on H.R. 1621. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Valadeo of California, I inform the House that Mr. Valadeo will vote yea on H.R. 1621.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will be voting yes.
On this vote, the yeas are 405, the nays are 12. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the House is not in order. Take their seats. Madam Speaker, tonight, Congress opens back up for the first time in 49 years without Congressman Don Young. And this chamber is going to fill a big hole, especially off to my left in the backside of that chair. No one in here has assigned seating except our dean did. For the first time in 49 years, we will not hear Don's booming voice yelling, "Regular order." For the first time in 49 years, we won't see that big smiling, friendly laugh. For the first time in 49 years, we won't hear that strong voice when it comes to an issue about Alaska. But we will never forget him or the legacy he leaves behind. Don taught all of us, and especially me, 3 big lessons. First, he taught us how to fight for what you believe in, regardless of party. Second, he taught us how deep a love can be for your own family and savor every moment together. Third, he reminded us of what an honor it is to serve our constituents. We will miss Don deeply, but more importantly, we will not forget him. Madam Speaker, I ask that the House rise to observe a moment of silence for our Dean, Congressman Don Young.
chair asks all those present in the chamber, as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol, to please rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of the late Honorable Donald E. Young of Alaska. Pursuant to Clause B of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion from the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, to suspend the rules and pass S 3295, in which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title. $32.94.
Senate 3294, an act to obtain and direct the placement in the Capitol or on the Capitol grounds of a statue to honor Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, Sandra Day O'Connor, and a statue to honor Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Harder and Barragan, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on S 3294.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on H.R. 3294. And Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Valadeo of California, I inform the House that Mr. Valadeo will vote yea on H.R. 3294.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cahaley, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaley will vote yes on 3294.
Very well.
Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on S 3294.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on S 3294.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Sparks of Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Sparks will vote yes on S 3294.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on S 3294.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Madison Cawthorn, I would like to inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will be voting yea on S 3294. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wild from Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Ms. Wild will vote yes on S 3294.
Tennessee. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on S 3294. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swazi, Mr. Kind, Mr. Khanna, and Mr. Moulton, I inform the House these 4 members will vote yes on S 3294.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that both members will vote yea on S 3294.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yes on S 3294.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado and Ms. Omar of Minnesota, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3294.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Tiffany will vote yes on 3294.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McEachin, I inform the House that he will vote yes on S 3294.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Mace of South Carolina, Mrs. Mace will vote yes on 3294.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mang, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on S 3294.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on the S 3294.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on S 3294.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Lamb, I inform the House that Mr. Lamb will vote yes on S 3294.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by these following members, Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Bowman of New York, and Mr. Boyle of Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution, I inform that will vote yes on 3294.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Paul Tonko, and Mr. Josh Gottheimer, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3294.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters and Representative Karen Bass, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3294.
Mr. Speaker, member designated by Congressmember Sanchez. I inform the House that Congressmember Sanchez will vote yes on S 3294.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Green from Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote yes on S3294.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Benice Johnson and Representative Nakima Williams, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 3294.
Members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote?
Off aye on no for Mr. Burgess and Mr. Fluker.
On this vote, the yeas are 349, the nays are 63. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1004. Resolved that the House has heard with profound sorrow of the death of the Honorable Donald E. Young, a representative from the state of Alaska and beloved Dean of the House. Resolved that the clerk communicate these resolutions to the Senate and transmit a copy thereof to the family of the deceased. Resolved that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn as a further mark of respect to the memory of the deceased.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion is to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188 and pursuant to House Resolution 1004, the House stands adjourned until 3 p.m. tomorrow as a further mark of respect to the memory of the late Honorable Donald E. Young.